Siempre con el pueblo. Gobierno del Perú. 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 Siempre con el pueblo. Gobierno del Perú.
Please be welcome, and we have to thank our participants and also the people that is following us through the media. We're going to start in a few minutes. Thank you very much for your presence and your participation in this first meeting of tourist investment. Welcome.
Siempre con el pueblo. Gobierno del Perú. 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 Siempre con el pueblo. Gobierno del Perú.
los invitamos a, queridos amigos, muy buenos días,
Dear
amigos,
friends,
amigas.
good morning. Please take a seat. We are about to begin our first meeting of tourist investment. We're going to start. Ladies and gentlemen, authorities and different leaders of many establishments, private and public, national and international, all over the world. All of you, welcome to this first meeting of tourism investment, innovation and sustainability. Thank you very much, all of you, for your presence. We are sure that this event is going to be great for the development of tourism in our country. We wish to start this meeting showing you a video prepared for this event. Please go ahead.
Siempre con el pueblo. Gobierno del Perú.
Para brindarnos las palabras de bienvenida a
In
nuestro...
order to get the words of welcome, we're going to invite the executive president from Peru, Amora Carvajal. Good morning, everyone. Minister of Foreign Trade and Tourism, also the Director of Exterior Relationships, Ortiz Javier, and everyone from the tourism sector that are here. Also the general public that is following us through the media. Good morning. Welcome to this first meeting of tourism investment that the Minister of Foreign Trade and Tourism has developed. We have to organize this event to contribute with the tourism sector to strengthen its competitivity. As we all know, this sector is very demanding and difficult. Nonetheless, we're seeing that we are recovering the numbers of travelers, but we have to keep to regain the levels pre-pandemic. We have to work together, public sector and private sector, in order to strengthen the competitivity of the sector so that we can get more diversification in the long term. This is what made us follow diverse actions in this sector in order to contribute to this goal from PromPerú in collaboration with Tourism and Society think tank. We have organized this first event of tourism, which is going to be held held from this day, 31st, to the 2nd of September. The tourism sector is one of the most important sector, and in this event, we're going to be able to share lots of ideas along these 3 days. We're going to bring together the communities of the tourism sector institution with 14 experts from countries like Spain, United States, Mexico, and among others. Some of them are going to be present and some of them are going to be online. The speakers have a lot of experience linked to the public sector in tourism, in high tech, entrepreneur, also management of the tourism sector, among others, both public and private. Also, we're going to find people like Mohamed Alet, a diplomat from the United Nations, expert in sustainable development for 2030, and also the director of films festivals that provides prizes to the best films of tourism among the world. Also the director of the Sarah Simpson Society think tank that has a study in the Universidad Complutense de Madrid. Also, Fernando Olivera, Secretary of Tourism of Tamaulipas, Mexico. In this sense, we're going to develop different blocks where they are going to share their ideas among all dimensions, and they are going to provide us with their point of view regarding this sector in order to promote tourism. We're going to talk about high-tech entrepreneuring and commitment with sustainability. This is an important motor in our country, and that we have a lot of cultural diversity and traditions. Also, we have to thank all the institutions that has helped us organize this event. We hope that the sharing of these ideas will be enriching for all of you, and I wish you the best. Thank you very much for trusting us in this occasion for this event. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the Executive President of PromPerú, Amorar Carvajal. Now, I'm going to present the Minister of Foreign Trade and Tourism, Roberto Sanchez Palomino.
Estimados y estimados empresarios peruanos,
Dear fellows in Peru, distinguished guests here that have come from other countries, men and women, functionaries, directors, and entrepreneurs of the tourism sector, and also all of the people that are making an effort to be here in this event, this important event, in this first meeting of tourism investment in sustainability and innovation held here in Peru. I am very excited and thankful for the possibility of providing you with some words and welcoming you in this first meeting of tourism investment, innovation and sustainability from the government directed by Pedro Castillo Terranes, we're working very hard in order to impulse the reactivation of tourism. Before the pandemic, we used to get 4.5 travelers in Peru. Now we have more than 1,200,000 in Peru, which means that we are very far from even getting to the half we used to have before the pandemic. This impact in the tourism sector has been very difficult during this emergency crisis, but we're very excited, and all the regions are together hoping that we can use more than 1,800,000 resources of tourism in order to offer the possibility of investment, international investment, because we have to keep working on the sustainable development of tourism. When we talk about tourism with innovation and sustainability, means that we have to talk about important topics in a diverse country. We have multiple flavors, multiple cultures, millenary cultures, climates, nature, and other elements that we're using in order to contribute with tourism so that we can use multiple options in order to enhance tourism here. Welcome all of you and to all of our speakers and also students from different universities. Today, everyone in the middle of this sanitary crisis, we're seeing tourism as an exchange of services, but also as a way of seeing life in this diverse country, multi-diverse country, in which the nature is about dividing person by person ecology. I want to repeat that Peru is made of its regions. It's proud of Machu Picchu, Cuelap, but also there is a big potential in the regions waiting for this synergical effort in order to enhance the diversity of getting to know many other places in this universe. We're going to follow with attention the development of this event and welcome to everyone. And I reassure you the interest that we have from the government in promoting the tourism sector as a way of equality among all sectors. We have a lot to offer from the coast, highlands, and jungle. I hope all of these sessions allow us to create investments and share ideas, as well as new opportunities for our different people, and that we're going to get to be able to find new locations as tourism destinations. From PromPerú and Senfotour, the COPESCO plan, and from the government, I want all of you to feel very welcome. Today, we started the minister meeting today at 10 a.m., but I asked for permission in order to be able to be here. I'm sorry that I got here late. At the moment, all the ministers are reunited in the meeting, and we're seeing minute by minute all of the ideas that we have been sharing, and we hope that Wednesday and Thursday and Friday we're going to be holding these sessions also in San Martin. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much, Minister of Foreign Trade and Tourism, Roberto Sanchez Palomino, for your words and for being here with us. We're going to begin with our meetings, this first meeting of tourism investment, with a dynamic that Antonio Santos, Director of Tourism and Society Think Tank, has prepared and is going to present. Also, today they are going to share some experiences regarding tourism towards the reactivation of the sector. Well, next we're going to have Antonio Santos. Thank you very much. Good morning, Minister Roberto Sanchez Palomino, Minister of Foreign Trade and Tourism, Amora Carvajal, friend and Executive President of PromPerú. Dear friends, I am Antonio Santos. As the presenter said, I am the President of Tourism and Society Think Tank, and I want to thank all Peruvians represented by the for being able to welcome this institution and all the institutions related to the tourism sector. At present, we are talking about the reactivation of the industry. Other people think that the reactivation varies depending on the country. Sometimes it's faster or slower. What we know is that it's very difficult in terms of planification. That's why we need experts and people with the capacity of analyzing the current situation and make us be aware of the difficulties that we may have in short and long term. And that's why we need to base our knowledge on experiences and know what is happening among all the territories. And during this event that we're holding here today, and that we're going to develop on Tarapoto on Friday, we know that these speakers that are going to be here today and tomorrow, as well as the academics that are going to join us tomorrow, it's important to get different views from the sectors so that we can bring solutions from different point of views, from different fields. For example, Mohammed is diplomat from the United Nations, and he's going to give his point of view from societies. Also, Maribel Rodriguez, friend and Senior Vice President of the World Travel and Tourism Council, she has international point of view, which is very interesting, so that we can check what is the view of the international institutions. And also we need to see all the planification of norms and acts. In this matter, Felix España, and he's an expert of international, the legal part. And also he's going to provide us an insight after the impact of the pandemic. And also we're going to have Fernando Oliveira. He is Secretary of Tourism of Tamaulipas, Mexico. And he knows a lot about tourism in Latin America. He's going to give us his point of view from the institution's perspective. Also, on communication and promotion, ideas from Juan Maqueva, president of Latam One, who has been able to identify the aspects that allow us to work with different brands and marca país, brands of different countries. Also, we're going to have here the Vice Minister of Tourism of Uzbekistan, Mr. Aziz Abdulkasinov. He sent us a video in which he's going to show us his knowledge and what he's working on his country. Let's remember that Uzbekistan has different cities like Samarkand, and this is important because all the things that we got from China went through this city. Also, we're going to have Antonio Ponce, Professor of International Economy and Chief of Tourism and Management Event Studies from the University of Applied Sciences from Dresden, Germany. Also, Santiago Rojas, who is the CAF's North Regional Manager from the Development Bank of Latin America, who is an expert in terms of tourism and taxes. We're going to have also a dear friend, Tamara Redondo, expert in investment and rehabilitation of spaces, architectonical spaces. And for me, it's super interesting when we talk about buildings like the luxury. And if you allow me to speak about this as a way of welcoming also people to the historical centers. Also, Orazio Repucci, he's going to be with us online. He's from Argentina and with many years of experience in tourism in Argentina, and he's part of the World Tourist Organization. He's going to show us how we can collaborate between institutions that form part of the tourism sector. Also, dear fellow from Austria, Alexander Kamel, president and founder of Tourism Film Festival, director of the Tourism Film Festivals International Committee, which is very important because we can bring international travelers from other locations here. Now, Frank Babinger, also from the academics He's from the Universidad Complutense de Madrid in Spain. You can remember my relation with this university. And his expertise is regarding the entrepreneuring from the academic world, from the universities, that can generate intense relationships between the institutions and how it can impact societies. In order to end with this, tomorrow we're going to have Claudia Burga Casanova, subdirector of work competencies from Senfotour. She's going to say what's Senfotour, how it works, what do we have to know, because not many people know about this institution of this kind of level. So we're going to have these sessions tomorrow, today, and also on Friday in Tarapoto. Thank you very much, and I'm going to invite the speakers in order to start this dialogue. Thank you very much. I think I should be here.
Bueno, por este orden les quiero presentar
In this is the order of the speakers we have here. Juan Maceda, and that has to do with the historical buildings. Mohammed next to me, who is diplomat of the United Nations, and he's going to give his perspective from the society. Also, this specialist in the legal part and in many things. Actually, she always teaching me a lot. And Maceda, Fernando Olivera, Secretary of Tourism in Tamaulipas. I hope we have an open space in order to exchange ideas. I'm going to ask and they are going to answer. And also, if you want to ask a question, you can ask for the microphone. And since I'm old, I need to use my glasses in order to read. We're going to start with Mohammed. Mohammed Taleb is expert in social development. He has traveled to all over the world. He has international relationships with many institutions from Africa and the United Nations. And today, I would like to ask him what he does before I start asking questions. Thank you very much. Well, first, thanks to the minister and the president of PromPerú for inviting me. I would like to thank the big effort that you're putting in making Peru a great destiny. First, I would like to speak about the world context. I would like to thank the president of PromPerú because of how the pandemic has been handled, because it has had a strong impact here, a negative impact, and it has meant something negative for us on the world level. But as the minister is saying, is that we have suffered a big impact in terms of tourism during the pandemic. We didn't have into account, for example, also the war in Europe we are going through an acute economical crisis and also energy crisis. Part of Europe and the rest of the world have problems with energy, and it has had an impact in the lives of the people. So if we already had these problems, this is getting bigger. It's another challenge because this has generated difficulties, and we don't know where we're going at the moment. This has had an impact on the goals of governments and international institutions. It has also the goals for sustainable development to 2030. And it's no longer about reaching the goals, the pre-pandemic goals, but seeing what we're going to do after the pandemic, how we are going to recover ourselves in this new reality. What I would like to talk about mainly is that we could mention that there are many things that, although despite the crisis and the pandemic, not everything is bad. We are in front of the big opportunity that is being reflected in many places in the world. We can mention some of them that had already development model in which the actors of the sector were committed to. They were very aware of identifying their impact on the environment. The pandemic has caused in between these bad things, how we can reformulate the reactivation using these opportunities. For example, how we have gone out of other crises, and we have to take it as an opportunity. I don't want to talk about it much, but I want to say that investing in high technology, and I think experts will say the same, we're talking about high tech being an important thing in which we can invest to take us to the next level. And I want to say that we are in a new reality, and we are developing different policies. This vision is multi-sectoral and necessary among the world. It's just not a speech, it's a reality. And this is like a ship when we have to keep moving forward. Otherwise, we could have bad consequences. So here, what we want to give Peru, a unique country in many levels, we would like to bring attention to the digitalization. It's a process that could help us because tourists don't think about what destination is going to be likable, but they also think about the environment. They give importance to the environment. So from our perspective, we have changed because we have the information from the academic, for example, that has allowed us to see this in a different from a different perspective. We have now the information from science, and this is what we have that has helped us understand the environment from another perspective. There are many organizations that are very committed and with a lot of work regarding the investments that are sustainable and innovative in the tourism sector. So now we have to present a new ally in this matter. And I would like to say that we have you have our support. I would like to tell you something that the Peruvian cannot appreciate, and I have been amazed by the diversity of this country. For example, the gastronomy. Peruvian gastronomy is not intangible cultural heritage by UNESCO, and I am very surprised at this because this is a great country that has a lot to give because it has a history of more than 5,000 years. And only by getting this recognition, Peru could escalate a lot. No other country can provide us with this. And I want you to know that Peru has our support in this matter. Thank you very much. As I was telling you, regarding the dialogue, I'm going to ask you a very concrete question. In terms, I don't want to talk about numbers with you. I would like to ask you from a social perspective. Could you provide us with some ideas? I mean, the ideas that has had a social impact. Well, when I was talking about the environment, nowadays we cannot just think about how much we're getting. Today, it's also important to think about the communities, the environment, because all of it can affect us. We're going through a lot of changes in terms of climate, for example. And in order to be practical and be clear as well, we should see the policies. I could also talk about now is the moment to work we're not going to be selfish anymore. We're not going to think just as directors of companies or entrepreneuring. We have to think about also the environment. We have to take into account all of these topics in order to get great solutions. Also, I would like to thank Antonio Roldan, please. Good morning. We cannot hear you, Antonio. Hello?
Ahora sí, Antonio. Buenas.
Now we can hear you, Antonio.
Como les comentaba, él está ahora
Antonio
en
Rondan
Alemania.
Ponce is now in German.
Él intervendrá más tarde y le daremos una pequeña presentación.
We're going to present him very
De lo que ha dicho
shortly.
el señor Mohamed Taleb,
But
¿qué podrías hablar o qué podrías comentar de lo de
regarding what
muy breve?
Mohammed has said,
En 10 minutos
what
máximo,
could you
vamos
say
un
about
poquito
that?
retrasados y yo sé que para los
Something
breves es un poco
really
complicado.
quick, you know, because we're late.
Hacer el esfuerzo, por favor.
Well, thank you very much. I will try to be. Well, I completely agree with Alep, especially regarding the multisectorial part in regards to investment and the rehabilitation. That there has been a negative impact in the development of our structures, and I'm talking about sustainability, because three sectors are implicated here. First, the environment. Second, the social part, and third, the cultural part, because the investments are made for a reason, and the reason is to regain that investment. We have to see the different objects of investment, just as Mohammed has mentioned. And another thing is the idea of security or safety in the destination. Because although investing is an adventure, we will use to avoid those places in which there are more risks.
Muchísimas gracias, Antonio. Pues,
Thank you very much, Antonio. Thanks, Mohammed, because later on you're going to speak again. And now we want to welcome Maribel Rodriguez. I don't know if she's online. Hello.
Maribel.
Maribel.
Bueno, pues, paso en este caso
Well, in this case,
el tema. Pasamos ahora al nuevo,
I'm going to invite
al nuevo ponente que tenemos aquí, en este
the
caso,
new speaker, Félix España.
Feliz de comentarles a ustedes, como le he dicho antes, que
As I said before, he was a legal expert in investment and development, legislations, protocols, all of those perspectives, legal perspectives that mark the territory that provide us with security in terms of investment. Felix, please, 5 minutes. That's the time we have. First, I would like to thank the minister for being able to be present today. I'm glad that I have been able to see this in Peru, 3 points especially, in culture and gastronomy. What I would like to, my motivation for people to invest here, when we talk about, we have to see the part of the public and private sectors. As I said before in the Querétaro event, we have to see the power that the executive power has and the institutions in the tourism sector. We have to see the legal norms that are important before investing. these people, these investors have to be safe and have the security of recovering his or their investments. And this, it's important the power that the government has in order to provide us with locations, or subventions. Regarding the touristic areas, we have to talk about the IGB. It's 10%. The IVA here is 18%, but it's reduced by 8%, getting to 10%. There are other types of benefits, for example, when we purchase different things, tourism things, when we purchase cars or machinery, we're forbidden. We don't have to pay all of these taxes. That's something good from the tourism sector. Also, we are capable of putting rules. For example, we can decide where we invest our money in. Just like with help of the government, so that we can work with them. Another interesting thing is the government, how they manage the taxes. People are also important. Peruvians are also important. We have this rule that allows us to go to Spain while working. For example, if you're Peruvian, but you want to work in the tourism sector and you want to study in a Spanish institution, you can go and you can work while studying. So it's not as expensive. So it's not, you're not going to have so much trouble doing your specialization in Spain. That's very interesting because it promotes knowledge that is always good for people who work with tourism. This is good for Spain. And regarding the innovation, we have to see what happened with COVID, because it actually gave us an impulse in terms of high technology. I was reading an article and it's where Galorian was already behind 7 years. We're now in the future. And this is very important to impulse tourism in this country. We have to use different strategies through different digital worlds or VR to feel a bit, to know different locations by using VR glasses. We can see what are interesting, and that can be attractive to you, and we can exchange services through this platform. It's very interesting because we can also make payments without using any banks, and also if you have seen this destination already, maybe you want to travel to these locations. So it's a way of inviting people as well. Okay. Doctor, he has a buffet of lawyers in Spain, and he wasn't born in Spain actually. What are the conditions that we need in the tourism sector? Well, the conditions is to have the information very clear, organized, and structured, so that we can have access to this information in a very organized way. This is the first thing. So you know what you're going to do, you know the rules, and with the legal security that allows you to invest in a safe way. You have to see what are the pros and cons of that investment. That's the best thing you can do. Okay, and let's see if we have Horacio Repucci from Argentina. Hello, Horacio. I don't know if you can see me. I'm here online. We can hear you. Like, we cannot see you, but we can hear you. Well, thanks to the organizers. Then I'm going to be able to explain a lot more regarding the entities that participate in this sector. I want to thank what the Felix España has said, because I agree with him on the importance the legal part has on the investment. In this matter, I want to give a to say how important are the investment proposals. We want to collaborate on the utilization of these norms that can affect investment. And we want it to be, we want to improve the visualization that it has among the world, so that we can drive investments in a safe way. At present, investments are being located in different parts of the world, and we have to have the capacity of to provide different elements, new elements, in order to improve our proposals. We have to provide everyone with benefits and legal safety. So we have to have guidelines of investment, and we want to make this public, so that the institutions of public and private institutions can work together, so that the investments can be done in different countries, in different locations. There are different legal benefits. Some of them are better in different locations. And with this, we have to join our efforts with strategic allies in order to improve this sector through this kind of forums or meetings. You asked me to be brief, and I just finished. Well, I couldn't see you, but now I could hear you. He is from Argentina, and he is a member of the committee. And with Fernando Olivera, they are both participants in the direction of the think tank of America. I was going to say Latin America, but there is also Canada and the United States, so America. I'm glad that Maribel Rodriguez is here now. Good morning, Maribel Rodriguez. Hello, I'm very glad that I'm here. I wish I could be there in. Can't you see me? I would like to give greetings to all of you. She is the president senior of World Travel and Tourism Council. She's a dear friend of many years. And in this case, she has a perspective in regards to collaborations between institutions and how this this world work with the public part of this sector. We would like to ask you how the WTTC works, and then I'm going to ask you another question. Great. First, I would like to say hi to everyone by hearing the words of the minister and Amanda Carvajal. I want to say as well that the public and private institution links are very important in this sector. This institution represents the private sector with 30 years of experiences viewing the economic impact on this sector in terms of employment among lots of countries. So we are speaking in the name of, we can speak in the name of 200 countries among the world. We're seeing Latin America and the rest of the world. Our goal is to positionate the tourism on the level. We want sustainability, resilience for being to be part of this sector. We want to generate investment because this sector is very important. It's not just about business, about the environment. So we don't just think about the business. We also give importance to the environment part, and we speak in the name of different leaders of the tourism sector. We were in 2014 in a regional forum, and I was able to meet many important people in this sector. Maribel, I would like to ask you, for example, regarding Peru as a destination, what kind of investments could be made in Peru? As we have been talking about these days, because the tourism resources are endless. We can talk about whatever we want. You know, Peru has everything. What do you consider will be the best investments in? Well, you know, the heritage, the culture. We want to work on this country so that Peru can be competitive. What's important is to differentiate, to be different from the others. In order to be concrete, how can we get investment? We need to have connectivity. We have to involve the local community. We need to make the country a nice product, you know. And when I want to travel, for example, going west or east, whether it's Latin America or Europe or any other place, any other continent, it's not just about going to one country. We have to think about 2 or 3. We have to think beyond ourselves. We have to be able to sell many different locations. it's very important in this matter than to have alliances. So we have to bring together many locations. So connectivity is very important. This is something basic.
Ayer justamente estuvimos en una entrevista
Yesterday we had an interview,
entrañable porque fue muy linda con el ministro de Turismo
very nice
de
interview
Ecuador y nos hablaba
with the
sobre
Minister of Ecuador, and you were talking about connectivity as well.
conectividad en turismo para inversiones.
Mr. Aleph, what do you think about that? Yes, I totally agree. Today, we have we have not seen this before, but we have data all over the place. It has been democratized. We haven't been able to use this information yet, but regarding connectivity, we have to say that technology is very important. We have to integrate a lot of needs that the tourists have, and we're not taking into account this connectivity. We have to fight this culture of, the government. We understand government as something that takes away our things instead of helping us. So one of the dilemmas that we have in the Latin American region is the informality. This is surpassed by connectivity. We can understand connectivity in many ways, but right now we need to think in a global way, and we need to be transparent. We need to let these benefits get to everyone. We have to share these benefits through connectivity and data. This is key in this matter. He has introduced the technology concept now. So Maribel, are you there? Very quickly, he has talked about technology in relation to connectivity. Do you have anything to say? Yeah, it's super important because now, for example, we have seen what has happened with the airports, missing baggage, missing flights. We have to work on this. Obviously, technology is very important. How we get from point A to point B, a simple trip with nothing that bothers us. So that is important in terms of connectivity and how we reach more people, how we position our hotel or restaurant. Well, it's through technology, because that's the way in which we can get to people. We can show our technology and how we adapt to them. So technology is important. We cannot innovate or improve without using technology, without using platforms. And also, in terms of sustainability, because this is the topic of the future, what is going to happen with our planet is very important to take into account. The enterprises have to be aware of this and use all of the technologies. And these are the enterprises that are going to be better positioned in this sector. Thank you very much, Maribel. I don't know if you can hear you. Okay, now Fernando Oliveira, Secretary of Tourism of Tamaulipas, and he has been Secretary of the Guanajuato State. He has been the representative of the World Tourism Organization and has a lot of institutional relations with American states. And I wanted to give you 5 minutes so that we can talk about these institutional relations in terms of investment. How you work with other entities from development, sustainability, here from Tamaulipas. Thank you very much, Antonio, and thanks everyone, and the minister and Amora for letting us come here to share some ideas. And I have been listening to these visions, how you see the private sector and how we have to make use of the governments in order to find in order for them to help us. So how can we be ready as country, as a tourism destination in order to attract those investments? So in this case, from Tamaulipas, one of the most important things is the transversal investments from one region, from one state, how we have to work together to facilitate the structures towards tourism. It's like tourism wants to go by itself, but it can't. We need to integrate the investment with the facilitation towards tourism activities. In this sense, we have been talking about connectivity, but we also have to remember on the connectivity different territories. So we need to get to more regions and locations and find these opportunities in different places, because otherwise we just find it in big cities or big tourism destinations, but we have to find it in other locations. And also, the investment has to pay attention to the local market. For example, in Mexico, 7 or 8 to 1. Those that is paid by local tourists. And that is important because also we have to help the small enterprises, because they are like 80 to 85% of the companies here in Peru. And those are the ones that are generating more economic exchange. And we want to strengthen that part of investment. COVID has helped us reformulate that, let's say, globalization in order to bring, for example, cheese from New Zealand. But in the short term, now we want to think in the long term. We need to get more providers from other countries to enhance these activities in tourism. Also, we have to generate more employment in the short term so that we can work in this sector. And we also have to think about the size of the destination. These ones, this is important because the local investment is more important than international investment in this matter. So we have to see the dynamic in order to attract the international investment. And also we have to include the communities. We have to take care of our traditions and heritage and culture. That's what we sell to our culture. In the next few years, the connectivity or the costs of transport are getting cheaper. So what we have to sell is originality, authenticity. So we have to pay attention to the local communities and their importance in tourism. Technology is important, it's basic, not just by distributing, but optimizing our processes in order to be competitive. Using this new model, we are working on exploring new ideas, and I am sure many other ideas will come up as well. We need to work on this new technology towards offer efficiency and in this customer journey until they get back home. And today we have also talked about the security in investment, as well as the training of people, because investment have to be managed, but personnel that is prepared, experts, so that we can give the investors expertise in order to be able to invest in our country. And finally, the diversification of the offer, touristic offer. We need to see where the people is going to stay, but we need to see as well what they are going to do, what they can do in different tourism locations. We have to develop the product, the whole product, infrastructure, equipment, people and services all together so that we can arrange this thing to move forward in a proper way. And also we have to check the information we provide to the travelers. So this is going to be a specialized tourism, and we're going to work on this during the next 8 to 10 years in order to develop the tourism culture so that people can visit these new places, and people always talk about in a good way regarding our services and our experiences. So the specialized segments are going to be really important so that every people can find a great offer and unique offer in our country or destination. Okay, thank you very much for saying everything so quickly. I think we can already go to it, actually. Well, we have now Tamara. As I mentioned, she is an expert in tourism and tourism in terms of heritage and culture. Do you agree with what has just been said? I totally agree with what he just said. Right now we have a technological revolution and we have to focus on that because we're getting to be, the people is going to know us through technology. It's very important to know how to get to different places, not just Lima and Cusco, because Peru has a lot of things to see, the coastal part, the highlands, the jungle. So we have to get to know, we have to get people to know all these locations. Also, when tourism arrive to different locations, we're going to be able to generate more employment. So, and we have to make sure that the services are excellent so the tourists can recommend these new places. And we have to make the public and private sector to work together. So this is a process. It's going to take time, and we have to keep investing in small allocations of Peru. Yes, that's very clear. Now we are going to introduce a new element by Juan Maceda. He is founder and chief executive officer of Latam One. He's an expert in communication, not just brands, but banks or financial entities, but also how we create a brand for every country. So now you can start, and you have like 4 or 5 minutes. Yes, I think that first I want to thank the authorities, Peru's government, for this invitation, for providing us with this space in order to share our ideas. Yes, we're speaking about all the topics around tourism, and we have to say that we need to work with a plan, with goals in the short, medium, and long term. We need to synthesize the needs in order to attract visitors and tourism under a format that we call Marca País, or the brand for countries. We developed this through a series of actions, through events that somehow are joined all together in order to reach these goals. Marca País, the Marca País concept has grown all over the world among these years. And right now, it's very important for a country to have this brand in order to be distinguished. And when we talk about Marca País, we're talking about also tourists and investment. As was mentioned, the local investment from the international people. What role do you think investment plays in regards to innovation or digitalization of the industry, in this case, the tourism industry? Well, as I said, any action in any level, like events or reactivations, or you see, it's important to have this plan. And we need to see what are the communication channels. Today, the communication channels are many. For example, LinkedIn, Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, even Twitch. You mean Twitch is a new channel that is attracting new audiences. We're not paying much attention to them, but there are a lot of young people that are in Twitch. All of these channels are together, are about audiences. And these ones are going to have different profiles, and we have to share different contents with different strategies. And we have talked about this in the think tank. This makes us think regarding the actions that we have to take, because our audiences are different. Because if we have 1, 2, or 3 million people by channel, we have the power to transform these people in tourists, in investors, because once we have the audience that follows our stories, our information, or proposals, or our calls to actions, we have attention, we have the power to see what messages we need to use in order to get these people to invest or to travel. In this sense, Fernando, regarding what Juan Maqueda just said, do you agree Tamaulipas is doing something different? Is this in line with what Juan is saying? Certainly, communication through all these platforms is very important because we can reach bigger audiences. We have to see who is listening to us. It's not just about posting on the social networks. We have to see which is the audience. So from this sector, from the communication areas, we have to see which are going to be our hooks so that people can come back. And we have to improve this virtual communication in order to connect. Before the coffee break, any of the participants would like to ask something or give their opinion about something?
Gracias.
Thank you. Hello. Can I? Yes. Good morning, Claudia Burgos and Futur. Good morning, everyone. Well, it's always, we always think about tourism investment, and it's valid that experts from different spaces in this context of investment can provide us with information regarding where we can be good at, where what the investments can be based on. I would like to know if there are studies from academics or other institutions that conduct research in order for us to take good decisions regarding taking into account legal aspects. But I don't know if in the experience of the speakers, is there a diagnostic or a study of a specific investment plan? What investments can we do, for example, in coast, highlands, and jungle? Is there a bank of project and spaces that we can know about? Taking into account sustainability and technology, and all these sort of technological experiences. I would like to know if there is this experience in other countries, so that based on the studies, do we have any special projects? Because our main tool is to make a diagnosis of the destination and also an evaluation of the market, But I would like to know if this chart that we use or sheet that we use can be used in other places, or if we can improve this tool, because well, it's also important to promote the communitarian part. Well, I want to say something very quick. In order to prepare the work in think tank, we have been looking for sources, and we have found in the BID, and we have found studies regarding how to build legal frameworks and collaboration between institutions. We are also going to have the participation from Santiago Rojas, who belongs to the CAF. I come from Europe, and in Europe I find you can find every sort of study or research. But what's important is to adapt the information found in the studies to the particularities of every country. These identities have as well micro-identities. So, for example, Peru is different from Ecuador. Although they are next to each other, they have different realities, different stories, different cultures. And those studies exist, and they are in the CAF, in the BID, and also Fernandez can talk about that, and also in the United Nations. From 2000, you can find these studies in the internet. Also, Felix can speak about this from a legal perspective. I think that this is very important. There are the studies. They exist, but the thing is to take the next step. In Mexico, we call it executive projects. So they use the information, and we create a budget for services that are going to take part in these projects. In the case of Tamaulipas, it's a region that has been important for fishing. It didn't get to attract people in order to stay in this place in terms of restaurants or hotels, or so we have to create the product. We have to do this also taking into account the legal actions. And once we have all of this, we can create a product and attract tourism. How do we unite all these attractions with added value? Well, we have to see every aspect of every investment, small and big investments, and make the planning with the governments, and to see our projects in short and medium term. In Latin America, we change a lot in terms of our authorities, and this is something that has to change. Well, the studies exist. We have a lot of plans, and governments have policies to attract investments, and all of the countries have all of this. But we have to focus on the private sector. There are many funds and there are many people that are looking for opportunities, and it's people that is prepared. They have a clear idea. So what we need is the connectivity. We have to promote the interaction, create those links, not just to attract investment. We're going to attract standardization, improvement, knowledge. And there are other sources as well that we haven't paid attention to. There are aids or funds from other organizations that provide us with new opportunities, with new resources in order to improve our structures in terms of environment, tourism, and they exist and the people is well prepared. But what's important is to create these connections, to create this network. Okay. And there is another question. Could you please be fast? Good afternoon. I'm from the region of Callao. In our region, we are next to Lima, where the airport is. Well, we have linked ourselves, public and private sectors. We have made our plans for the next 25 years, but we need the next step, how we linked what we have done with the next step so we can create real projects. Well, if we're talking about investment in cultural heritage, well, you have to, for example, when you want to create or generate buildings, you have to fix them, clean them. This creates insecurity. Once we're fixing things and cleaning things, everything gets better. We need to give them a change, change the visual part, and it's going to improve with those advances in the district. That's the way to improve the district and attract more investment. Also, adding to the comment of Tamara, we have a lot of plans, but we know, of course, that the success is regarding executing the plan. 1% is the idea, and 99% is how we do it. So we have to put it in practice. We have to plan dates and also the goals in short and medium term. And we're going to improve during the project, because we have to work, like, all the time. The execution is the key part of success. That is the next step. We have another question before the coffee break. Can we provide him with a microphone? Hello, Ricardo Acosta, President of the Peruvian Association of Tourism. I would like to thank Mohamed for saying gastronomy, Peruvian gastronomy should be recognized as global heritage. Actually, we have a vice minister that is into gastronomy, so we're going to talk to her regarding this topic, and we hope to get the support from everyone. I think sometimes we have to know what we have and we have to value it. We have seen that Peru, thanks to this great history and the variety in everything, has something to give to the world that is valid, And it's not necessary to see other things or compete with other countries that have different things, nature, history, or something else. We need to focus on this because we already have this. It's a great opportunity because Peru will mean gastronomy all over the world. People will come here just for the gastronomy. I used to have a marketing professor that people from other countries tend to see the good things, while people who are from this country see the bad things. It's very hard to say, for example, something like, oh, how ugly is my child. Okay, we're going to go to the coffee break. We're going to change our speakers. Hello? I'm sorry, I couldn't see. I couldn't see because of the light. Today has been very refreshing to hear all of you. I want to thank all of you for this invitation. And I want to tell you about all of what you have said. I'm very glad because I've been using all the information you have provided us with. As a dancer, we have an institution of dance in Lima, and we transmit the tradition and Peruvian elegance through dance. This has been very wonderful because I have been able to travel to different places in Peru, and we have organized different events, dancing events, getting to know these new locations. We are in the historical center, like the Paseo de Aguas, and also we have been connected with the municipality. We have been able to dance with their help the Condor Pasa at 5 p.m. Thank you very much for this authenticity, execution, unity. And in Quechua, I'm telling you, thank you very much, and I hope you're doing great. Yes, taking into account the people that is online, we're going to have a coffee break for 15 minutes, and we're going to be here in less than 10 minutes.
Técnicos pueden ponerlo, por favor.
Dear Mr. Antonio Santos, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, on behalf of the Ministry of Tourism and Cultural Heritage of the Republic of Uzbekistan, let me express my gratitude for inviting me to today's meeting and warmly greet all participants. In this challenging situation and the post-pandemic environment in the world, such meetings are very important, and I am sure that today we will address key challenges and issues in tourism, investment, and sustainable development. Dear friends, first let me introduce tourism in Uzbekistan. Located at the heart of the Silk Road, Uzbekistan has been a global center of dialogue between people of different cultures, languages, and religions. For almost 3,000 years, ancient cities as Samarkand, Bukhara, Khiva, Shahrizabs, and Termez have served as a home of science and culture, home for different nations. Uzbekistan is a place where important history was written. For example, in 327 BC, Alexander the Great married a Bactrian girl, Roxana. Original name is Rushana, that is still one of the most popular in Uzbekistan. Their wedding ceremony took place in Samarkand. Or we can remember Ruy González de Clavijo, Spanish diplomat who had reached Samarkand in September 1404 with a letter from King of Spain, Enrique III, and met Tamerlane, the founder of Timurid Empire. In our truly iconic destination, which amazed everyone all over the world, you can follow in footsteps of Marco Polo, merchant from Venice and history's most famous traveler, or Ibn Battuta, one of the greatest travelers in history from Morocco. Today, Uzbekistan has more than 8,000 heritage sites, more than 200 of which are included in World Cultural Heritage List by UNESCO. Modern Uzbekistan is a secular state where people of all faiths and nationals live together as one multicultural community. Our most ancient cities include Zoroastrian towers of Silent and Buddhist temples, and there are historic shrines and places of worship for all three Abrahamic religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. I am confident that every tourist who has visited Uzbekistan plunge into this magic and authentic atmosphere and experience legendary hospitality of Uzbek people, learn our great culture and heritage. Dear colleagues, it is no secret that tourism industry is an important part in the global economy. Right before the pandemic, in 2019, tourism has contributed $9 trillion to the world GDP and generated 10% of all global economic activity. However, what is the most important task for the governments? Yes, it is improving people's life, creating sources of income. And which sector can faster and with the less expenses able to create new high-paying jobs? Of course, it is tourism. That's why the President of Uzbekistan, His Excellency Mr. Shavkat Mirziyoyev, determined tourism as one of the strategic sectors of country's national economy. In a short time, thanks to his open-door policy in Uzbekistan, the number of visa-free countries has grown from 9 to 93 countries over the past 3 years. The citizens of more than 50 countries can obtain e-visa very easily. As a result, in 2019, more than 6.7 million foreign visitors visit Uzbekistan, which is 5 times higher compared to 2016. About 20 benefits and preferences were provided to tourism industry, including tax and customs benefits, diversified loan offers. The government have taken a historical decision offering cashback compensation system for new hotels. Almost 20% of construction cost now we're covering for 4 hotels. Thanks to such support, as it was mentioned by UNWTO, Uzbekistan is one of the few countries which did not reduce, did not stop, but even increase investing in tourism during the pandemic period, including MICE and hospitality facilities. I have to mention, we consider tourism is also a major engine of sustainable and green economic growth, reducing the poverty as it reaches every corner of the country or eliminating danger inequality, as it has low gender pay gaps. The best example of green and sustainable tourism development is a modern Samarkand Silk Road Touristic Center, worth of $500 million on 200 hectares, including a high-class congress center for 3,500 people, 8 luxury hotels with more than 1,200 rooms, and the Eternal City Complex, so-called Caravanserai, and other recreational facilities. First of all, it is fully powered by 100 megawatt solar power plant. Second, a supply chain of complex and existing leisure facilities is fully integrated with the local eco-friendly product suppliers. Third, tourism complex offer more than 2,500 new jobs opportunities for local communities, especially for youth and women. Moreover, the Ministry of Tourism and Cultural Heritage, together with other stakeholders, is implementing projects to introduce green and sustainable certification system in tourism industry. Special programs are being implemented to develop CBT tourism, rural tourism, and tourism villages. Dear friends, wide-range reforms in tourism sector contributed Uzbekistan to be recognized as the most attractive, unique, and safest destination by many foreign publications and international ratings. Gallup, Lonely Planet, Global Muslim Travel Index, the New York Times, The Guardian, National Geographic Traveler Awards, and the others. Moreover, our iconic destinations are being globally recognized. For example, the city of Kokand is declared Tourism Capital of Turkic World in 2022. Ancient Hiva, Tourism Capital of Islamic World in 2024, while legendary Samarkand became a Tourism Capital of the World in 2023. I am glad to inform that Samarkand is preparing to be World Tourism Capital and host 25th session of UNWTO General Assembly in 2023. In order to turn the city into tourist gate of Uzbekistan, we provide full accessibility for all types of tourists. The government of Uzbekistan have invested more than $1 billion to improve city's tourism infrastructure in accordance with the world standards. Taking this opportunity, I have the honor to announce that on July 22nd of this year, we will hold a grand opening ceremony of Silk Road Samarkand Touristic Center, and you all welcomed to be our distinguished guests. Looking forward to meeting you in Uzbekistan very soon. Thank you for your attention.
Uno de los ministros de Turismo más importantes que hay ahora mismo en el mundo por un trabajo impresionante durante la pandemia y trabajaron muchísimo para que justo ahora que es un país ya fuera de pandemia, entre comillas, porque todas estas cosas siempre te tose alguien y se fastidia todo, como se dice en mi tierra. Ha trabajado muchísimo, se ha hecho una inversión extremadamente grande, pero sobre todo se ha hecho un trabajo de coordinación con todos los sectores de la industria turística uzbeca, además de tener unas relaciones institucionales internacionales muy importantes, con lo cual ha conseguido traer también mucha inversión. Como decía el señor ministro, y les hago un pequeño resumen que además nos lo ha pedido la organización, ellos van a dedicar el año 2023 todo el año al turismo, es decir, con eventos durante todo el año, con actividades durante todo el año, con la intención de duplicar el número de turistas que llegan y acompañado todo eso de un plan de comunicación nacional e internacional, no solamente en la zona, sino también, y además Antonio Roldán,
national, international. And he's also been advisor to the government, and they are working on an important topic, which is the communication. I don't know about you, but in Europe, Uzbekistan is everywhere in terms of connectivity. They have been working very, very hard. And also that's something that we have been talking about with you. I don't know if you pay attention to what the minister said regarding the education, because people have to be qualified in terms of hospitality development, but also in a high level. The minister is rector of the Samarkand State University in the faculty of tourism, and he's also an economist. So he has always noticed that tourism is economy. Besides, it's poetry, because he likes to, for example, to travel, to visit places, but it's also a way to find opportunities in order to improve the economy. So this is some of the things that the Minister of Uzbekistan just said. Okay, so now let's move forward with Antonio Roldan. I don't know if he's online. He's a great friend of the Minister of Uzbekistan. Antonio is expert in planification, expert in promotion, communication, and strategic planification. He's my friend from when our hair was not gray. He couldn't come because he has some obligations in the university there in German. But please, Antonio, I'll give you 5 minutes so you can share with us some ideas. Okay, I hope you can hear me. Okay, perfect. Well, thank you very much for the honor of participating in this conference. It's really, well, I'm very sorry that I'm not there. I've been there like 48 hours ago, but I was in Ecuador, but I had to come back to Germany, as you said, because of professional reasons. I also thank you for regarding what Aziz Abdukakimov said. He's also a master of chess, and that also has to do with strategy. So I would like to add in these minutes that one of the main things that we consider when investing is analysis. We have listed in the first round of this fantastic conference the great amount of products, and there has been a colleague that mentioned inventory. which is important. It's a key word. I have to say that the world is beautiful, not just Peru. In this way, we try to find or identify the qualities of the product, defining which are our main clients. That's why we need to do the analysis process, which means that sometimes it's not as entertaining as promotion, but it's necessary because otherwise we're going to lose money. I want to be clear because sadly, tourism marketing is about 20%, but the other 80% doesn't work. The difference is the strategic analysis. We have to think long term. We have to understand that the reality of tourism is very complex. It integrates very many elements. We have to take into connectivity, both on technological and also transport, infrastructures, health infrastructures, hygiene infrastructures, security, safety, not just health safety, but also the one that affects when we walk through in the street, or just the impression that we have of what is safe or secure, and that we want to avoid what's not. So it's important to see how this information is provided to us. I think it's basic that we need to formulate in regards to the tourism. As the minister said, tourism is the main tool of the product development of other countries, countries that may be going after the industrial path as a way to improve and promote this benefit to other sectors. And also, I would like to say something to promote debate. In the first session, it was said that there are investments that produce more gain and more rewards. There is the investment in education, for example. This means that we are preparing from a systemic point of view all of the elements that are going to allow the economic development of the country. I would like to mention this quote. The difference between a politician and a statesman is that the politician thinks about the next vote and the other one thinks about the next generations. I think this is one thing that we have to think about when thinking about the future. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Antonio. Just as you said, well, it has caused interesting thoughts regarding those ideas. I would like to ask you two things. First, investment in education, as you said, and second, investment of the university that you represent and your interest in Peru. I don't know if you could say something regarding those topics because the people have been asking in regards to those things. Well, thank you very much. And I'm going to use this time in order to invite our colleagues in. I said investment in education because this is the first step in innovation. Why? Because innovation is the development of ideas. And sometimes we believe that this innovation has to be technological, and it's not like that necessarily. What we have seen in countries like Germany is that the investment is a tool, and it's not necessarily that it has to be technical education. It could be in a school, in high school, any university, because it has great impact in the economic development of every country. Because we have to get our people educated so that they can be properly trained. And second, in the University of Science of Applied Science in Dresden, we think that we can collaborate with Peru's future, helping Peru in order to improve the diversity of the education. I'm not criticizing the education in Peru because I have collaborated with Peru, but obviously because of the context, there are a series of sectors that are not being that we're not talking about because right now Peru doesn't have the proper infrastructure for this kind of education. So our university thinks that we can um, apply our systems and infrastructure to in Peru. Maybe joining actions or any other way that we can arrange with our Peruvian colleagues. We want to be present in Peru in an active way during the next few years. We hope this to be on 2023, and that's why I have been in touch with authorities in Peru, and I'm willing to meet some more in order to create this cooperation between these countries. I'm to repeat this. Antonio is committed with us for bringing the University of Dresden here. We hope to see you soon. Well, if God wants me to, yes, I'm going to be there. Okay, thank you very much, Antonio. We wanted to ask you a question. Yes, I would like to ask these questions now because there and then we're going to talk with Santiago. Santiago is also my friend. He's been my friend for a long time. He's now the representative of CAF and the Development Bank of Latin America, one of the older banks. And just as he said at the beginning of this meeting, he has had a lot of responsibilities, legal, political, in different fields, and tourism and others. And now he has a lot of experience and he's now here in order to share his ideas. So investments with innovation and sustainability. Okay, good afternoon. Hello, everyone. Yes, I'm certainly we always take into account those topics that we talked about in the last session. We see the possibilities to see what kind of activities or economical activities we can have. But CAF, as a development bank, is also part of these elements. More than a year ago, CAF wouldn't involve in tourism directly, but with the new president, we said, okay, a development bank cannot be separate from the public policies of tourism in Latin America. So there are 5 areas in which we have to focus and that have already been mentioned. The first one is connectivity, physical connectivity. The tourist has to arrive in a simple way to the destination. We have to have airports, trains, the roadways. We have to facilitate the ways in which tourists can get to the destination. So this is the first thing in which the development bank has to work with other institutions. The second thing is that we need to have a tourist infrastructure, and we need this matter. We need investment from the public and private sector, and the government has to help as well. So, for example, the government has to provide ways for the tourists to visit places, for example, visiting birds or other things. So we need to work on the infrastructure of for tourism. The third topic is that we need to work on the service. It has to be great service. The people need to speak English, and to be trained, they need to have great tourist agents. There has to be great food, and people has to be trained around all these topics. So we need to create a great product, and the tourist needs to feel welcome and replicate this. In the fourth place, we have the security or safety. Tourists have to feel safe. Nowadays, we have to talk about health centers. We need to have health centers near the tourist attractions, because tourists need to feel safe regarding being treated in a proper way if they feel bad. And 5, we need to position the tourist destinations. We have to work the promotion of these locations. We need to use the internet because we need to digitalize the marketing so the people can get to know what they can do in every destination. In order to finish, we have been working also in these policies in a regional level, not just as a country. We need to connect with other countries like such as Peru, Chile, Colombia, other regions. So we have to strengthen our connections with other countries so the people can visit all the region, not just one country. So we can see, for example, what we can find in Mexico and in other countries. So we have to see the regional level. And that's where CAF can play a key role between all these countries in order to create this connectivity. Okay, Fernando. Regarding what Rojas just said, regarding these 5 points in terms of strategies of CAF, would you like to add anything? Of course, I agree with these 5 points that have been formulated. Besides being agreeing with these 5 points, there is something very important regarding safety that we and is the land properties, which has been we've been talking about who is the owner of certain lands, and this is a very interesting topic because sometimes many people claim to be the owner of these lands. So this has been a problem when investments have come. For example, when we want to create a hotel, we need to create also a health center. So to finish, it's a great era for governance, where connectivity between destinations and all these 5 points are very important to create this local development for our destinations. So one more question, please, Santiago. Regarding CAFs and sustainability, I remember with the last event, he was talking about the Green Bank. And from the financial point of view, we were very impressed because, sorry to say it in this way, we were very impressed because someone from a bank was talking about a green bank. So we have 2 points of view, one in Latin America and one in our country. What does being a green bank mean? It means that a part of the funds from CAF are meant to be used in projects that are beneficial for the environment. So we created an area for tourism funded by CAF, and we also developed the climate department because we want to promote tourism in terms of sustainability and environment as well. So we wanted to invest in projects that had a vision of sustainable tourism. That's why we were impulsing a project in Brazil regarding biodiversity in the city. And all the projects has to be considered and go through this area. So that's why sustainable tourism is always going to be important for us. There are also a lot of studies regarding productivity, development of Latin American countries. You can see it in CAF, which is www.caf.com. Also, I'm going to repeat, we have Tamara Redondo, who does a lot of things. I hope good, in a good way. We're going to talk about investment in heritage and also historical centers, in activating these historical centers in which the tourists can feel safe and that the tourists can find reasons to speak about these destinations. So this is very important. Tamara, 5 minutes. Okay, I would like to thank PromPerú, to thank Amara, and also the minister and everyone who is here. In regards to the investments about historical centers, we were talking about cleaning and investing in the buildings. So with help and support from the government, we need to facilitate the restoration of these buildings so that we can grow. Tourism is one of the sectors that bring a lot of investment. So it allows us to fight poverty, which is one of the sustainable development goals. This sector is one of the most important industries in the country and one that presents the most growth along the years. So these investments are good for tourism development. It also generates a lot of employment, direct and indirect. Also, it helps pymes, medium and small enterprises. It helps restaurants, event management, art, craftsmanship, construction. So it allows us to grow. Also, the investment impulse the creation of new businesses. New tendencies arrive, for example. The investment also creates more investment. And Peru is one of the most recognized destinations in Latin America and in the world. So we need to get more investment from international and national institutions or enterprises, and we need to create connectivity between them. Okay, regarding what we have been talking about in other forums, when we talk about investment in heritage, historical heritage, here in Lima and in many other countries or cities, what do you mean about making something look beautiful? And I think like I was a tourist. You need to feel safe. You need to feel that you're in a safe place. You need to feel good in the place you're walking in. Yes, yes, that's why we have to work on the restoration of these buildings because they are important infrastructure, heritage infrastructure. So when we walk by the streets, we feel safer. So that attracts tourism as well. And so what about communication in regards to this topic, Juan? Well, there is a big challenge when promoting this kind of content, how we communicate or how we get closer to these destinations, how we bring closer the audiences to these destinations with these spaces we're talking about. Because we need to talk about also the acknowledgement of these spaces. We have to take this into account when creating content, what we're going to share to the world, because we have to let them know all the potential that these places have in a cultural level. Okay, Tamara and Juan, thank you very much. Now, Horacio Repucci, who is a participant, an online participant. Yes, I am here. Thank you very much. Well, you need to change the photo because that's the photo of Antonio Roldan. Horacio, I'm going to give you a small introduction. He's a He's a great. He's from Argentina. He knows about a lot of tourist agencies. I hope to get for the tourism agencies to get in touch with all of us. So you also have international positions. And from this perspective, what can you say about what we've been talking about? So, well, I was the only one who had the limit of time. Okay, but it's okay. I'm going to be quick. I'm going to try to be quick. Thank you very much for letting me participate in this event. It's an honor for me to be here. And as you said, these activities in the tourism sector, they play a key role in the development or growth of this country. And also, they have been very important during the pandemic. And it's here when we have started appreciating the need of the enterprises of the tourism sector to create this connectivity and find joint solutions. So many institutions alone couldn't find a solution by themselves, but joining efforts was definitely a good thing. So we had a lot of problems, for example, with the boarding passes, with people who couldn't get to travel, problems with the services. So it was very necessary that the entities gather all together in order to find solutions to this kind of topics. So now that the connectivity exists, it's a great opportunity to keep it for a positive impact. Also, we have to thank the help that we received from the public sector because they also played a key role. And in terms of investment, the potential of the entities to take part, to take action, as we have been talking about in the first session, we have been trying to find policies in terms of environment, sustainability, innovation, technology, and the entities have to take action knowing that they have been affected. In this way, the tourists are going to choose us through how the entities represent us. So we need to have the proper entrance, in order to get to be known. And so we need to have this intergovernmental areas to join their effort to improve different sectors. We cannot change ministers. We cannot rearrange ministers all the time. We need to focus on the solutions and on things happening. Talking about the need of the private sector to have permanent communication with the public sector in order to get results. So if these services get to be reactivated through the government help, they are going to feel that they are creating a path for the solutions to be accomplished. And also, we need to acknowledge the importance of tourism in economy and in different regions and in different countries, because many of them are dependable of tourism are totally dependent of tourism. That's why when we have the proper energy and we have our proper strategies, we have an opportunity almost unique to construct a path for growing. We need to be, we need to take action, promote the good news regarding this topic.
Le transmitir un comentario a Santiago Rojas, ya que lo tenemos aquí.
Okay, one comment that I have for Santiago Rojas. I'm going to put this in context. The think tank have invited us to be advisors in the tourism sector. And in this line, Horacio was saying, we have to talk about the entrances, the doors. For example, the Chamber of Tourism or tourism agencies, among others. Well, we have to expose our needs to other institutions. For example, knocking the door to CAF, because in that way we were able to unite efforts. So knocking doors mean that we have to create this connectivity with the government and private sectors to create projects with high social impact. So as a development bank, we see the social impacts and our door is open. In Peru, if you say that you want to work with us, we design a project, we present it to the government, we talk to the Lima's municipality, and we see if we can get to develop this project. And if there is really this social impact that involves the government, we can work on these kind of projects. Okay, now we're going to ask the participants. Do you have a microphone? We have like 10 minutes, unless... Okay, we don't have 10 minutes, we have 1 minute. We don't have 1 minute. Okay, the questions are going to be very fast. Yes, good afternoon. In the same context that you're talking about, I would like to ask you how you qualify funds, CAF funds, with projects that has been declared of public interest or regional interest. What's the procedure? How do you qualify a project? How is the process in that sense? Well, I would like to say that CAF works with the country's demand. We just don't say, let's do this, let's do A, B, or C. The country has to present CAF the project it wants to out. What does it need? But as a development bank, we always look for this social impact, and it has to be guaranteed by the social aspect of these countries. So we like to focus on projects with social impacts, like the change of the Rimac River. So in this matter, that's how we decide to work on these projects. Okay, if you could provide her with the microphone. Hello. I don't know if it's still in the morning or afternoon, but good afternoon. Can you hear me? My name is Jackie, and I'm glad to be here and share, being here for you to share with us your knowledge. I would like to ask for examples of investments in tourism at present. Well, could you please talk about, for example, investments in Madrid? Well, in Madrid, there is a lot of growth. There are many new hotels. They are building they are purchasing buildings and restaurant, and they are focusing on restoration of this infrastructure. They are purchasing these buildings, or and they are creating hotels, or they are selling them after restoration. Also, in the city centers, this is creating a lot of value. This is promoting more investment. Okay, now we need to go to the third part of this meeting. So we're going to invite our next speakers. Please, Alexander. Thank you. Thank you very much.
A nuestros amigos que deseen los equipos de traducción.
To our friends who want this translation equipment, you can get them here directly next to the glass door to those who need them.
Comentaba.
I was telling you. Okay, Alexander Kamel is one of the personalities in international context of what tourism means. I think we have one of the tourism communication leaders in art and films. Alexander, as I said, 5 minutes, please, for your speech. What do you do? What do you work on? What have you been doing in these years? I don't know if this is turned on.
Sorry that I'm not speaking Spanish. First, I want to thank everybody, the minister for having us. I want to thank Amora for having us here in Peru. Never been here before. And of course, I want to thank my General Secretary, Hugo Marcos from CIFT, for not having the time to be here. So that's perfect, so I have the chance to be here. Yeah, what are we doing? We're doing different things, and one of the most important thing is that we are organizing festivals for corporate films. Corporate films means that there are films that are being done on behalf of somebody, maybe tourism, maybe a corporation, maybe an NGO, with the idea to communicate ideas, to communicate products, to communicate to different public, maybe general public, maybe just internal communication. Therefore, I'm here in two positions. Position number one is tourism communication. That's what we are doing with the International Committee of Tourism Film Festivals, CIFFT, where we have put together the most important tourism film festivals worldwide into a circuit like the Formula One circuit or a tennis circuit, with the idea to first give the possibility of recognition to those who are produced, to talk about themselves and to get more information on what are the actual trends right now. Of course, we try to show what is excellence and to increase the level for those who have not the actual level. Just an example, it's a pretty complicated example at the moment. We tried the last years to get some festival to be done in Russia because Russian films are not meeting the level. And I was jury member in Russia and I was known as the guy who's giving 0 points. So people were kind of afraid, but hey, if the films are not meeting the quality level, therefore we were showing films how they are being done here, and the next year we had much better films and
Poder producir mejor festivales de cine.
...34 years. On the other side, we are talking about investment. And investment can be done as well on the tourism side or through feature films and soaps and telenovelas and documentaries. And I think that's something that is pretty much underestimated by the politics. Politics don't understand how much money has been or is being turned around in this content society. Especially the pandemic has increased the number of people watching Netflix, Disney Plus, Amazon Prime. Cinema was not working, but television and all of this. So there's a huge number of films being produced. There's a huge number of money put into this. I have some figures here from an Olsberg study that says 177 billion euros or dollars have been done in production value. 14 million full-time equivalents of jobs have been created or are being created and supported by this. 414 billion is the total economic impact. That's huge. And talking about investments, I was checking and reading, and you find always new things. If I take a look at what's happening or what happened in Austria, there's a film called The Sound of Music, produced in 1965 with Julie Andrews and Christopher Plummer. People are still coming to Salzburg to see where the film has been shot, where the Trapp family has lived, and so on. And what's better as a sustainable investment than a film from 1965 who is still generating tourism? We can talk about, I don't know, a film from 1953, Holiday in Rome with Gregory Peck and Audrey Hepburn. It is a pure tourism film. It's a pure tourism film. And yes, everybody wanted to go to Rome. Or staying with Audrey Hepburn, who doesn't know, maybe the youngers, who doesn't know Breakfast at Tiffany's? So, hey, people go to Tiffany's, they buy their ring at Tiffany's because of a film that has been shot in the 60s. So what is more sustainable and more as an investment as this kind of films? So we have these two chains. One, creating jobs, talking about getting people to come to your country and to shoot films, and as a second effect, being in the news for quite a while. I mean, hey, we shall not forget the biggest tourist of all, Mr. James Bond, who is traveling around the world from one tourism destination to the next one, and everybody wants to see these tourism destinations. But we can go on with this as long as we want. On the other side, tourism communication, something that PromPerú is doing, and come on, we first met Amora at an award ceremony in Zagreb. This is the other side, how to react very fast on getting tourists through the right means, which is social media nowadays, and with very specific films about gastronomy, about the countryside, for cities, for regions, for hotels, and all of this. So that's the other side, and that's what CIFT is and is standing for.
En Cusco y en otros lugares, ya como un proyecto verdaderamente de gran producción. Y lo decía muy bien Alexander en ello, las grandes producciones de las grandes películas que pueden superar los $200 millones en inversión, que van a dejar entre un 8 y un 10% durante la filmación de derrama económica local, hasta proyectos más pequeños que se pueden multiplicar en diferentes regiones del país, de hasta $2 millones en adelante, de las series, de las películas, de los cortometrajes que definitivamente tenemos que aprovechar. Claramente la gente está yendo al streaming, está yendo a tener en estos aparatos con los que vivimos todos los días, a ver todo este tipo de producciones y veremos todos los destinos y entenderemos seguramente al tiempo que esta es la manera. Los festivales que ellos realizan le permiten también a los países poder encontrar mejores prácticas de estas promociones que hacen desde anuncios de 30 segundos para publicidad hasta pequeños documentales que puedan ir de 8 o 10 minutos máximo y que entonces, bueno, podamos nosotros difundir ese material a muchos más públicos y vayamos a lograr este objetivo de poner en valor al destino turístico.
Perfecto. Yo quería añadir una cosa más, Alexander.
Can I say something to Fernando? We don't need only the 200 million.
Absolutely, I agree with you.
We have the example of a very good colleague of us. She's organizing the festival in Zagreb, and she was helping Korean soap in shooting in Croatia. Since then, Korean Airlines is bringing at least 3 times a week, I think even more, a full 747 to Zagreb with Koreans. So you have shooting up the number of Koreans coming to Croatia thanks to some shots or some shootings that have been done for a Korean popular soap. So
para
I think
los coreanos.
that's amazing. That's incredible.
Cine, que el
Yes, I
simple-
have a friend who is dedicated to films that aside of the investment, you create a brand. A little town there in front. We create a story, and now a lot of people go there. It wasn't filmed there, it wasn't done there, but it created a brand. For example, also Indiana Jones, it said that it was filmed in Peru, and in that sense, what's that value, you know, when they talk about Peru? Anything else? Or do we
We have
follow with
the
the
ABBA
question?
videos, the ABBA films. First ABBA film shot in Greece, second one in Croatia. So, but it's still making benefits for Greece.
Right.
So it mustn't be shown. It's just as you said, mentioning, hey, this is Greece. But again, we are CIF, we try to work as well with the corporate films, and I think that's super important that people see how is tourism communication being done today, and how can you with very good judges, how can you recognize the really cool films, and then how can you give them awards, and how can you be better and more efficient with your tourism communication.
Y unas preguntas, no sé el tiempo que tengamos, la señora que
I
manda me
don't
dice...
know if we have time. This woman has a question, ma'am.
Let me introduce myself. I'm Cielo Garrido, producer. It's a real honor to have you in our country. And thanks a lot for being here. I want to tell you that we are now working very hard since almost 12 years ago to fix our film commission. Unfortunately, our governments, as in all of our American countries, it's very difficult for us to let them know that filming is our history and that it's very important, and that gives us work for tourism. It makes lots of people knowing our country all around the world. And now we are very happy because we're trying to have a work table with a MEF, that's the Ministry of Economy in the country, to fix that dream to have a film commission. Peru is the only country that unfortunately don't have it. And let me tell to our friends of Mexico that we really clap every day for women and the very hard work of that Mexico makes for our film industry. And it's very important to know that film industry is a sister for the tourism, because we bring people to work here in Peru. You will find very professionals in all kinds of the parts of the productions that can work and work already very hard. So about what you talk, Indiana Jones and the Ultimate Quest, we make the documentary with with History Channel that came here for about 25 days going around. I was the producer of that because what you talk about was really true that they didn't shoot in Peru, but they make a documentary about how they film on the importance of all our historic places.
Muy bien.
Thanks a lot for being here this year.
Muy bien.
Well, let me tell you, it's not only difficult in Peru. I mean, I'm coming from Austria, and I took ages and ages to get this film commission thing to the politicians and to increase the number of money or the sum of money that we can give as an incentive to foreign producers. Because what are foreign producers looking for? Financial support. That's what they want. Then you need to have the infrastructure. You need cool crews that can work internationally. Not local crews, internationally skilled crews. Then you need studios. You need all the equipment, and you need the willingness of the politicians as well as the public people living here to accept this red tape. Forget red tape. As a film people, you don't need red tape, especially when you work with foreign countries. We have a lot of Indian companies filming in Tyrol. And I remember that my friend from the Tyrolean Film Commission said, hey, you never know what's happening. He wants to have 30 couples dancing in Tyrolean outfits, and the next day he says, hey, I'm not shooting because something happened and Karma said, we are not shooting today. So you need to be flexible. You need to understand the needs of those who are filming here. And that needs a lot of skilled people, it's a lot of training. It's not being done from one day to the next one. Important is you need to have a lot of money because you get much more money back. And that's what politicians have to understand. They get much more money back. 300,000 euros spent from Austria for a night and day with Tom Cruise and Cameron Diaz, 2 million euros spent in Austria. So you invest 300,000, you get 2 million back. Isn't that cool? That's what politicians have to understand. Sorry for
No problem.
No, y no solo que lo tengan que entender.
And not just that they have to understand, as Alexander said, we have to have the resources. We need to do legal resources. For example, in Mexico, in Eficine, many enterprises use its legal taxes to invest in film productions, so we can improve Mexican film production thanks to this. So with this benefit, if we can help our country image, we're going to improve also as a country. Okay, I hope we have finished because they are telling me to already cut. Thank you very much for being present today. Later on, we'll have another meeting. Tomorrow, we are going to be dedicated to the academic world, and we're going to have other speakers that have been present today. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would like to invite Daniel Cordova, our Director of Investments, because he's going to say the final words regarding this meeting. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for your patience and being here today at this hour. It's been very productive. This effort and collaboration we have done between PromPerú and Tourism Society think tank. The idea is to continue improving this sector through dialogue and sharing ideas. It's not about just hotels. There are also many aspects that we have talked about today. thanks to our speakers, and in terms of innovation, sustainability. So we think that it's important to maintain this dialogue so we can share our experiences of international enterprises and national enterprises. Thank you very much again. And then I invite you to the second day of this event. And we want to focus this time on strengthening education and how this contributes to tourism sector as well. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. Very, very thankful, and see you tomorrow.
Recording stopped.